All right, there we go. Uh, I was doing some fiddling this morning and time flew by. Uh, we're messing with some things. Basically just trying to figure out this way that I wanted to implement this system for unlocking stuff. I don't know. I can't even give like a good timetable on how close I am to complete, but I've broken it down into so the old code, this is the old code. I'm just going to get rid of it. This is the code from yesterday for this. This is useless to me, right? So now this is the manager class as is. We've introduced unlockable info as our wrapper class for this. Uh, and we've introduced also archive item, which anytime that you unlock something, it will create an archive item. So this is so part of the reason why this became a little bit trickier for me is because I have another dimension to consider, and that is serialization of the data. So now that I'm approaching this part where we're going to end up building our save load system, not only am I thinking about just data persistence and connecting the information, but also, well, sorry, data handling between different objects. But now, and then also representing that data on the UI. Now I'm also thinking about serializing that information and the save method we're going to use. So I'm pretty convinced on using JSON. Uh, uh, I have a save method that I could grab, a save script, but the problem is I haven't used it in such a very long time. Um, I think I'm going to just go grab it though. So later on today I'm going to grab that uh, also. For right now, this is where we are at. We are uh, we've introduced, well, we've kept this, and we've introduced um, we're going to right now we've changed. You notice the code is a lot thinner. Manager, that's we're handling most of separated out concern. So we're handling the unlockables data information for each data rather than having the manager for all of the different this. Um, so when we go to unlockable data, we have vehicle. We have the ability to get states from each vehicle. Um, get the colors. Right. Um, So we can just do, or sorry, public. I think this is part of this. Yet. Just going to. So when we tap this to try to get the all of this for the UI purpose, this is how. Um, uh, so that's the direction that we're going to be going. Hopefully it works a little bit. At some point, I want to come back to this though, see if I can make this even better. But this is, I consider this my first iteration. Like I've done this before, but this is my first version of it. So this is the second iteration. I've done it before, but I feel like this way is a different way of handling it. I don't know if it's better or not, right? Because now when we are dealing with persistent information, come back and we load information. We're going to be running populate this, which is then going to just this with shouldn't care. This will not care. We did some other small changes around the script, tidying up about it. Like here we introduced all on validate, which will auto produce for us, so we don't have to keep going through each scriptable object and updating the various keys. This will generate keys for based on vehicle information. Um, Something for us to test out later. It should work though. Is really, I think I just approached this correctly originally, fixing it. Hey, good morning, Nick. How are you doing? Well, good afternoon. Yeah, imagine coding, man. I have, I mean, this approach is much cleaner than yesterday's, and I think we're done with the manager. I legit think this is it. Let's just move this up to the top. Right? So what we need to do here is we need a way of accessing Does this rely on anything else? Do something like, because this script is completely independent. It doesn't need to know about other scripts. I kind of feel like I want it to know about others, but it doesn't. It's doing its own thing. And it creates an info item and it logs that. I think the only thing that it will need to do when it needs to know about other stuff is when we save the game. It will want to save and load information in archive. I think, and all the archive doing is so we just need a way. So all the archive does is it stores struct. I think, and we're gonna leave this here for now. But I'm thinking we're gonna have a little toast pop up whenever you achieve something. We're gonna put that flag here, so it needs to be able to send when we make our toasting system to be able to send that out to them. It's fairly simple to do. Hardest part about Toast is the UI setup. Okay, I think we're good. Um, let me fix because yes, it's kind of up. Oh, stream avatar. Yes, sir. Up, up, up. I actually yesterday picked up a game. A small game. It was only like $3, I think. It's called Thrive. If you've ever played Spore, it's kind of like that. You start off as like a single cell organism, and you kind of like build up in over the course of like a couple thousand years. I'm not sure how the time scale works, but it's supposed to be over a period of time, build out, and you can kind of like build your own cell. It's pretty brutal, sure though. Um, have a little fun before. Okay, that's fun. Heard about it. It's a unique game. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It reminds me, you know what games are like that? There's a lot of games that do this thing where you eat stuff and you eat stuff and then like you're like a fish or whatever and then you just get bigger and bigger and suddenly you start off from like a nonsensical small size like a Planck scale or something like that and then eventually you build out to universe scale where you're gobbling universes and stuff like that. Ridiculous. But it reminds me of those games, except in this one you can like customize your gobbler. We'll call them that. But it is unique in that there's a whole ecosystem going on effectively, and your species can die out, which is, I guess, the point when you get game over. I haven't gotten game over yet, but it's certainly possible. I think so. We have. Let's think about what we just accomplished. Made this archiver. Um, we need So like this is a case where you'd want to use a list where I don't have an actual idea for how big this collection is going to get, but I don't need it to be a dictionary because it's just a list of stuff. Like I don't care what order things are in or need to like look up specific things. Um yeah, I can say that today I feel like I'm forcing it for sure too. Trying to get it out. Want to get this done. Um oh, autocomplete. Sometimes okay, there. So now thinking about it, when we do load game, so instead of having this toast speech, a right. Oh, brother, really? Like, what the heck? I when you buy it, like literally 2 days later, it's 67%. That's crazy. You should get it though. Like I bought it full price. You should be able to get it. Actually, so in this game, they thank you for purchasing the game, and then if you didn't purchase it, they suggest you to their website where you can purchase it for Thrive. So just to let you think about the 13 years or something like that it took them to, well, the fact that you're saying it that way, I mean, you know, no. Um, let's see. I think we're good here. I think this is it. So let's we have we I think we're pretty much done with the archive. This is basically posted or not. Um on start we run populate unlockable. We'll handle this part. Then when like we want to get information about the current stuff that's happening in unlockables, we can get infos with return us an array of all of the infos. And then otherwise, we just do handle update. And that's it. The manager doesn't need to do. We do need some way of getting this though. So I didn't want to make this a singleton. Not going to do. We're going to do we're going to do some super weird, janky, fancy code with delegates, but it's actually really simple. Um, do that now. Okay. Should we do it above or tighten this? So let's do it at the top. Actually, let's move all of these up to the top. Static calls. I like to put the static calls above everything. Yeah, looks better. Okay, next one is public static. Actually, it's going to be chunk of. Okay, there we go. So now we have access to it. I think we're good. We can get the info off the manager is handling checking to see things are update. Then over here, update. Check to see first if all has been unlocked. Has then if the vehicle not unlocked, check to see if it's still locked. It is not. Then this will become true. Vehicle unlocked and unlock manager we archive. If the color iterator.length is 0, then all of stuff is unlocked. Just return. and all unlocked, false, that here. Okay. Then 4. Well, actually, and then finally we do the iteration through the color. I think this is the part that I think on a little bit. First we check if it's null. Check if the unlock colors are contains the key that doesn't contain the key. And then we check if it is not locked. Right? So if it's not locked anymore, then we add it to the unlock color keys. Um Color info. Right. So this is just a quick way of getting to the color itself. This is just logging string, the fast lookup. And then we inform archive that we've unlocked and we set its type as color. Um, and then we set the color. And so this is this is what I mean. Like with an array, we can just null this out. So now we don't go through this entire check. We just stop at null, right? And we don't have to worry about any resizing issues. So that's one of the uses of an array that you probably wouldn't really get. You could do with a list, but it would be much more complicated to set that up. Well, not really. You'd have to create a remover outside of the list, which would be another list. So you'd just be creating another list for anything to be removed, and then after you've iterate through the. So it is what it is. I you'd have to allocate every time. With this, there's no allocation. Um. Okay. Okay. I think it looks good. I think we're good. So with the data side looking okay, let's get rid of that. Let's introduce the UI side now. I close out a lot of stuff. We have so much stuff open. So my collection controller. Okay. So the very first thing that we want to do this. This is mono behavior. I think this is actually the manager on the UI. We're just calling it a controller. We have each of the slots. Okay. So we need a couple of things still. We need to get this. Feel the UI vehicle, not vehicle prefab. My color. What colors? Okay. All right. So now We're gonna be handling this on enable. Private table, be a thing. Oh no, it's not gonna be a thing. We can't actually close this. It's gonna be open. So we want to do awake if okay, there we go. That ensures that regardless, we're going to be able to go through the enable process. I mean, we could just call enable over here, but then what would happen if we were already in enable? We already were enabled, ran that already, right? So we don't want to do that. So the very first thing is want to make a populate. Populate UI. And it's going to take in, well, we can just call it here, populate. And it's going to take in first we need to get the array. Unlock manager, get, okay. Now we need to do for length. I've decided to pay more attention to that because autocomplete is doing weird things. If, oh, let's just do this. So if the item doesn't equal, and oh, actually, let's take this back a couple steps. Populate reference. Hmm. No. What are we trying to accomplish here? pause for a second. What do we need to get done? Oh, okay, so we need track vehicles that are already active and compare them. So now we could do that through the view. Maybe. Yeah, I'm definitely forcing it, man. Trying to get these ideas to come into order. Sometimes it's just a jumbled mess. But maybe the music would help. Oh. Stream Elements is up, right? Didn't even turn it on, but I never even checked. Yeah, no, it is. I remember I checked. Check. One sec. This guy has a great ratio. He has literally just goes on his thousand, well, almost 10,000. But then again, the music, that's a thing. That is a huge effort to turn. Change things up a little. Oh wow. Okay, there we go. Okay. So we need this a way to check if the vehicle already is populated into. But that's through the slot. So in the slot, this. So this is my pooler system, and it's super convenient. I just call pull on it, and suddenly this becomes a pooled item. So we should call that data. Public. So UI vehicle holder. Okay, there we go. So now this will set the parent. So this is handling how it wants to sort them itself. Um, this is handling. So we need probably some way of telling it what order to put these things in. But for right now, we're just going to. I'll just be happy with it displaying properly. So this is to get the vehicle. And induce. I think we can get away with doing this a little bit differently. We might be calling this a little bit too early. So we can do this here. This. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, it did it. Okay. Okay, so we can. Yeah, I'm just like struggling right now. Like I can feel it. I'm struggling bad. I, it's not clicking. Nothing's clicking right now. Um, maybe I just because all I had today was water. Maybe I just haven't eaten in a while. I think I ate yesterday. Pretty sure I did. No, I don't think I did. No, I did. I did. I made some. I had breakfast yesterday. I think I didn't eat the rest of the day. That might be what's throwing me off right now. Brother. That's the thing with programming. You'll forget to do essential things when you get wrapped up into it. I spent so much time reading, preparing for trying to just get out of this class. Got all types of stuff. All right, let's try to finish this. Um, you know what? Have an identifier. Let's. Yeah, it's not clicking. We're almost there though. I feel it. A little bit further. Come on, help me out. Oh. Okay. So the unlockable info. Did you pick it up? Risk of Rain, Nick? Well, I keep forgetting that you already have it. It's just you. Never mind. Never mind. I don't know since when I stopped being a pirater. It's been a while now. Pirateer, or privateer. If I was gonna get it, then I'd just pick it up. Ever since then, it's been basically just making fun of it. It's always about talking about the whole concept of the pirate's life on the high seas, things like that. All those jokes are always, they always bring a smile. I need to get through this. Like, holy cow, what am I... Like, I don't even know why I'm being held up like... Like, all the information we need is already here. Okay, so now we just need to tell the UI if the slot should be blocked or not. I think this is what I'm missing. Yeah. Hey, Nick. What, your chat wasn't working? I mean, it's working on Twitch. Did it stop working on YouTube? One sec. I have no filters on YouTube, so there shouldn't be any reason for it to stop. Oh, what the heck? Am I looking at the right? That's weird. I'm not seeing a lot of stuff. I'm looking at it on YouTube now and I see I've missed a ton of stuff. But it looks like I'm gonna just try refreshing. Um, that's so weird. Okay, well, I mean, I can just read it off of here, right? Sorry about that. Sorry. Uh, so it stopped working at around when you said 67%, so let me follow through. It says, yeah, I should probably both inputting my card and PayPal throws an error. The universe is against my goodwill. Yeah, okay. Okay, okay, so you were serious about it. I thought that things were just conveniently not working. Um, Now you remind me of that one song, "Do What You Want Cause a Pirate is Free." You're a pirate. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with with all of those pirate memes. They make me think about what was that Pirates of the Caribbean all the time. So it's like a pirate's life for me, and it's not. They always come up with every other word you can put together for stealing, except for stealing. So it's like to commandeer goods for redistribution. And hello, Nepal. How are you doing, man? Um, Nicked. You can play on your phone. You can. Um, no problem. I relieved my eyes from the pain. Yeah, I can't use. Why would? How did that? Wow, that's really. And if that the controls must be freaking weird. I can't use the files from the pirate. Gotta re-download. Yesterday Unity didn't detect game feel. I opened the script from the download folder. This has happened a few times before, but I thought it was bug fixed in later versions. I think what happened, Nepal, is that when you installed the game, or sorry, not installed, when you copied it over, whatever method you used to copy it over, created, because I saw it for like a half of a second, like a duplicate file was made, and it was just an empty, and that happened to me once before, but it was just me goofing around, and I realized that that's what happened. So if it was the same issue, that was probably what, because I didn't get a chance to read what the exception was, but it would read up two different classes with the same name, and it'll throw an exception for that. Um, and a bunch of other exceptions for every reference to it. Stoner, welcome to the stream, Stoner. Hello. I just realized for some reason I thought that your icon was like a horse's head, because I saw like the horse here looking door thing, and I look closer, I realize it's a person standing next to what looks like a door with an eye above it, I guess. Not sure what that is. Nothing much happening. Same man, life support, Nick. Nick says the mods for RR aren't as big as I thought. You'd be hard pressed to find a good pack. I didn't use any mods for it. Now that you told me there's mods, I might check it out. That makes sense for the style of game that it is. Fit this, buy it. think your chat disconnected. Okay, so now I caught up. Is your chat working? I mean, there were people talking. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, I'm gonna just restart my chat. Give me a second. The overlay chat is working though. There are tons. That's how I discovered the game. One sec. Well, that might be you want. One sec. Okay, let's try it now. Nope. Okay. I do not see it updating. It shows up on the okay. It shows up on the overlay, but not on. Interesting. Oh, OBS. All right, let's fix this. Now that I know that there's a problem going on here. Let's see. Regular chat. So regular chat works. So I could do both chats, I guess. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you for the heads up, Nick. That was very, very kind. I think I can't. I'm just poking at the different issues. That should help relieve the eyes a little bit while I work on this. It's looking at code is just kind of killing me every time I go back and I keep seeing the code while I'm frustrated with something else. Let's see. Okay. Okay, there we go. This. Okay, now it works. So crazy. Is it going to still force me to... Okay, now, yeah, and it still doesn't let me chat. But I can read. You know, I feel like it's somehow, some way... well, I mean, it's not anybody else's fault. It's just freaking OBS. This is how OBS operates. Like, you could change absolutely nothing and suddenly something just breaks. I kind of am scared to try to, like, look under the hood for what's going on here. Like, that's crazy. But it is what it is. Like, it keeps on creating news. Wow. Okay. We used to be able to... Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like I'm just going to have multiple chats open at the same time. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Roman how he fixes it, but I've got no idea what's going on there. That's rough. I'm going to try doing it one last time. If this doesn't work, then... Yeah, we're just going to have to roll around with two chats open. Where are you? Oh. Okay, now it works. I figured it out. You have to completely disconnect and then reconnect on chat for YouTube, and then it'll pick it up. But there's no warning or anything telling me that it went down. But it's working again, so sorry about that for the folks that I missed. That was my bad. Alright, let's get back to work. So, unlock color keys. Okay, awesome. So, is the color locked? Okay, good. Okay, good. So this doesn't need to be here anymore. It can be string. Okay, so now we need now I need nothing here. So it's all on this side now. So in this case, we just need the vehicle's name. So we also need this public virtual. Oh. Well, actually, it's going to be private, right? Private. Okay, there. Yeah, there. Where's that listener? Okay, so we can't do that here. So we're going to do here. Come on, get out of there. There we go. But the vehicle is unlocked? Or if If not the vehicle, so if the vehicle is not unlocked, this is going to come back true. And so we set the block to true or on. There we go. Okay. When we set the data. Got it. And then in the color part, we have to do a check. So if the color is locked, then we show that. Okay, good. Oh, there we go. Oh no, this is no good for us. You just make sure, trust but verify, right? Okay, awesome. Okay, we're good. Let's so what I'm pausing here for is I'm trying to think if I should do a pass by on this or if I should expect that this can come back null. And an example of a pass by is like right here, where no matter what we can get through this call. That we don't have to worry about it ever coming back null. But sometimes you want stuff to come back null, and I think this is a good time for that. Okay, I think that's it. So now we can go back to the colors. Forgot what we're even doing in this. Oh yeah, let's not return there. Okay, so we'll set the front color to be equal to the color. There we go. Should we even store them? I don't think we should store the material on this. It's nice to have it, but... Instead, what we're going to do is... You know what? Let's store the material on it. By the way, in the morning today, I looked over the UI toolkit you were complaining about. Yeah, I'm gonna take your word for it. I always complain about the UI toolkit. Not sure what I was complaining about with you. The UI toolkit? Well, how do you mean intuitive? From like a programming perspective, it's intuitive, I guess. Right? But from a development standpoint, there are some pretty hard limitations on it. At least for game dev plus using the engine's interface. Like, the argument that I made was that the only people that I've ever seen use it and compliment it are folks that weren't actually using the engine side of it. They were just programming in their own UI using the UI toolkit's library, which is fine, but it just echoed of the same concept behind folks who avoid the animator and just code their own animator effectively. Right? That means that there is definitely something wrong with the implementation for, or there is likely something wrong with the implementation for the engine side. Maybe a hard limitation on it or something. And from my own experience with it, it seemed like it added a layer of boilerplate. But it might have been just how I was approaching it, so I'm willing to give it that much. Okay, so since these are sorry, since these are UI elements, we can get away with a few things. All right, so there's steps involved here, obviously. When we click this, we're going to be running some other code, right? So we are just going to grab this, and put it here for now. Okay, so now we need to tell the player that it's okay to change the, or rather, we need to tell the player that we should swap the vehicle. But not only do we need to tell the player to swap the vehicle, we also need to inform color changer to go to um, to select the color for that vehicle. I don't know how to use it, but the window does look more intuitive than the classic way of doing the UI. Go right ahead and try it. You don't know until you try. The one thing I'll give it though is that it comes close to it's like they tried to go the direction that Godot did it, but it's so clunky. It really is clunky. But again, it might have just been the way I approached it. Right? Like, I was following a guide on the approach, and I went through about 3 different guides on it. And all 3, basically, it was like, they show... it's false advertising, right? Because they show the UI editor. And they show, like, oh, you have to move this. And if you go, like, 2 minutes into the guide, suddenly, forget about the editor. We're going to spend the next 17 minutes of this guide on coding this UI together. And then they come out of the code and hey, it's done. And you're like, wait. But you did like nothing on the editor. All you did was just like create a couple objects, then programmed in your UI, put it in the positions that you wanted it to be in. And it's like, all you did was just avoid one part of the step of programming it in. Others are more upfront about it. They just start from the CSS file. They will create the UI through the CSS file, and then that's it. Like, they're just very good about being upfront. This is you're going to be coding your UI together if you're using UI elements, right? And I can appreciate that. But some of them, I can still appreciate it. I just find it funny. It's like it's either they didn't realize they did that, or it's just super false advertising. But I still haven't checked out Unity's own tutorial on it. So what I'll if I go through the Unity tutorial on it and I still think that it is impenetrable to do it through anything but the through code, like, it's not terrible to do it through code. It's just that I would like to be in the editor at some point. Like, that's what it comes down to. It's just preference. I would rather be in the editor as I'm like tweaking UI stuff than doing it through a CSS file. Like, I spend enough time in CSS. And that's the thing that, I mean, also, that's how I felt before I even used it, used Godot. And then after using Godot, it's like I've tripled down on that. Like, Godot's way of implementing a UI is just, it's like as if you're talking about going from caveman to going to hyper sci-fi levels of technology. It's just so vast, the gulf in implementation. No, I've never made a TCG. I saw somebody make it in Godot though. He was showing it off, and it was super cool. He did a 2D effect but made it look 3D, and it was pretty awesome. Like, just how the card would flip and things like that. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge gap, brother. Like, if you ever do try Godot and you do try their UI solution, there is a learning curve. In, like, give it like 2-3 days, and you just can never see any other implementation for UI the same. Like, they gamified UI creation and then made it make sense, right? Because, like, you can store. So here's a novel concept for you. When you make a game, you kind of want your game to look similar, right, throughout the entire game. So why don't we just store a makeup, like a mock-up of what you want your different fonts to be, what you want your different font sizes to be, the context of those fonts, and so on, ahead of time. And so now when you actually are making your fonts or making your UI, you can just drag and drop, or you can go to the project and just have it pre-select which one you want of the different styles. That's what they're called. They're called styles, of the different styles that you want. And now your UI will format to that. All you have to do is just select what each UI element is. So you can say this one is a banner, this one is some speech text, whatever. And it's just like, that's it. And then you can also do, like, because they have built-in line renderers, so you're not stuck with just, okay, here's a flat image, do what you will with it. No, the UI itself has a line renderer that allows you to manipulate exactly the form, the shape of your UI. So you can have curved edges, you could have slanted edges, you could have convexed edges, whatever. It's so cool, like, how deep they went, and it's super intuitive. Like in Unity, to do the same thing, like just to get like for example a window with an edge like that, I would have to first get an image, get a second image that I'd have to probably edit through some other third-party software, turn that second image, make sure that it's actually colored correctly, make sure that it's colored correctly because we're going to be using it as a mask, and then mask the other image that you want to have that shape. And then now you have the shape of, and it's like, okay, like, okay, fine, you win. In Godot, though, you can make both the shape and the mask. So if you just want the shape, you can have just the shape. You can make the mask and just copy paste the shape and then recolor it and make that a mask. And you could do that all in Engine. Like it's literally just copy paste and then recolor. Okay. So where I'm getting stuck here is, all right, let's take this piece by piece. First, we need to have a way to communicate to something that we're changing vehicle. So where is the vehicle stored? Right now, I think the vehicle is on the player. So we probably want to get like, you would say that. Let's see. So let's pass in the player. And let's pass in the vehicle. We're just going to rely on that. That's fine. Oh, we already had something. Okay. Are we using this? I don't think we are, right? Let's get rid of this for now. Oh, we are. The my dream. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Well, yeah. It's gone through so many iterations that I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I do something with it, it won't even have cards. The silly thing is, I haven't even started the game yet. What the heck? How do you go through? What do you mean, like just idea iterations? Sonar? I mean, that's thorough, right? I give myself maybe like, if I'm lucky, 60 minutes at most before I go from idea to trying to make a video game. I'm very bad about that. I think this is the longest, which was probably about 60 minutes or so I spent doing the codec for this project. So that's the longest I've ever taken for preparation. You're disciplined, man. I just can't. I can't do that. Like, I just have to. I have to like put pen to paper as soon as possible. I just get antsy. That is crazy. All right, I tried to give you some flowers, dude, but if you don't want them, that's cool. I guess you can be called a realist. So, have you have you tried making one before, Nick? The card game? I think the one you said you made was a mech, right? Like, that sounded really cool, though. Like, I could see if you really took it to just 2D, you could get away with some. Actually, no, no, no. There's a game like that, but they use two guns instead, or different guns, whatever it is. Brotato. In Godot, they have that. You run around with a potato, and then you have like different guns, and then you can like edit them or something like that. I've never played it. I'm just working off of what I've call. After this, when I finish this and publish, then I'm going to go back to the 2D RPG. And I already started. So this is how it works, right? Like I'm supposed to be working on this, but then I start doing some random things that are around the 2D RPG one because they were like on my brain before I started doing this, but I never got the chance to do it. Procrastination, whatever, but I just never got the chance to. So I made a so there's different ways of handling sprites for like character swapping. Like you want to swap the hair, swap the clothes, whatever. Um every time I looked it up, the way that people kept on doing it was they would have separate renderers for each layer. So I didn't like that because separate renderers meant that you needed to have different animation renderers on it. Um, so what I did is I created a script that will create an image, and what you do is you pass through different sprite sheets, and it'll composite the sprite sheets to create a new sprite sheet. So if you decide to change it here, you're actually creating a new sprite sheet every time you do that. Of course, we cache it. So if you come back to the same character combination, like hair, clothes, shoes, whatever, and it's a combination you've already made, we just go back to the one that we cache instead of making a new one. But that's the system that I made. Maybe like a few days ago, and I've been I think that's kind of why I'm burning out on this because it's like I want to get back to that now. But I promised myself that I'd take this all the way to published. But my heart is in the other area. Um, and then I had to rework my favorite weapon. I appreciate it, Lol, but I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'll tell you straight up. Hey, yeah, you're a realist. Um, the chainsaw. Wait, chainsaw or chain sword? Because they have like the chain sword kind of thing, like in what was that series called? There we go, Space Marines. Because I could imagine a mech with a chainsword. But if you mean just like a legitimate, I'm going to chop down a tree chainsaw, that's a thing too. Okay. Um. Let's fix this one first. So on selection, friend suggested chainsaw. I told him there's not enough range, and then a saw with physics on a chain evolved because he was salty that the chainsaw would be bad. The whole game would revolve around close mid-range in general. I love this game. If you'd want to see it, I can post the design doc thingy for the arm. Sure, go ahead. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna step away. Be right back. Like 1 minute. And I'm going to actually be a good streamer this time. And remember, I'm not an excellent streamer, but a good one. Okay, that's how it works. Did you send it? Nick, did you send it? Yeah. Give me a sec. Let me look for it. Where did you send it? On Roman's channel or on? Ah, I see it. Okay, I'm looking at it. Oh yeah. Yeah. You really did spend time on this. Holy cow. If there's somebody that I need to get for a GDD, I'm going to call on you, dude. This is really solid stuff. But I can already see this going crazy out of scope. Like, just to make 5 abilities for me is like a chore. Okay. I'll look more into it in a second. Let me get back to this. Okay. player and vehicle info. Okay, there we go. All right, let's check chat. I like designing stuff like that. Postal called me administrator of food, and yeah, I mean that's really powerful stuff. Like I could tell, I could tell that you had a, or still have. I'm not sure if you're still into it, but you definitely you let yourself dive into it, and this is awesome. Right? Like this is something that you should probably want to. So with the experience that I have now, if I had this type of document done, the approach that I would give to this is to minimize the amount of effort that would be needed in order to get a viable product out. So, for example, Tesla arm and the flame arm, I'd probably just combine those and just make the flame, or put. I'd basically comment out about 3/4 of them and have about 3 arms left after that, just one for each type. and or maybe two, because I think the minigun arm and then the flame arm might be pretty good. But everything else I'd just be leaving out, right? And it would basically have to represent the categories to set up as the baseline for what each one can develop into. So we'd have the utility, we'd have the ranged, and then we'd have the melee arm. And then from there, all the other arms would just be developed down the road. But just getting those three out immediately would have been strong. So if you were going to try to make this into a game, that's the easiest way to approach it. What I know. We need to make a script called vehicle visual. Let's go back to Unity real quick. Not really feeling this music. Try something else. There we go. Tried and true, Old Faithful. I mean, you don't know until you actually play it and do it. But yeah. Okay, so we had awake, we have set material. Boom. Alright, so this is done. This class. I like classes like this. I feel like I get overwhelmed easily now with these growing classes. It's like kind of annoying me. Uh So we're gonna put this here. I'm gonna say private. Oh, private, but vehicle. Like I shouldn't be getting overwhelmed. Like I do this so often that it's like this should be second nature. Like I've done this pattern so many times. I guess it's just today. So now from this, we can this is just better coding, man, I swear. Like, when I do it right, it just feels better. So from here now, we can extend this into making the driver. So if we down the road want to add different drivers to the game, we can do that. It just shouldn't matter much, but maybe there's like a bar that'll show the driver more or whatever. But we can do this if we want to now. Let's see. So I'm looking over the dock again. Hold on, wait. I missed stuff. Give me a sec. I was overthinking stuff. ADHD is... It's pretty... I was actually really worried about the combo of minigun. Yeah, I read that part. I'm looking for the dot over the dock again. And I found a funny comment. Also, some were suggesting sniper rifle, like 100% straight face telling me I see that nothing is high range at a sniper. That's my design philosophy. Shouldn't have talked. CS players. Makes sense. There's a couple of things that you're going to hear all the time. One is add multiplayer, and the other is when is its release? Or where can I play it? Those are the two comments I always hear. So I can imagine already. Add a sniper, and the next thing is going to be you're going to have to, if the game releases, you're going to have to deal with rebalancing because of all of the camping. And you're going to realize, oh, wait, you can't have open visual areas on spawn points. If you do go multiplayer with it, because it does sound like a game that legit qualifies multiplayer. Well, that's good too. Because I think in multiplayer games, multiplayer PvP, the one weapon that I've never seen be useful is the flamethrower. Like, I don't think I've played a game where the flamethrower was actually, and you know, in PvP situations was actually overbearing. It's always been sniper rifle for obvious reasons. Okay, so we can set the vehicle color and we can set a new vehicle. So now let's go back to the unlock manager over here for collectibles. Okay, so when we select a vehicle, the vehicle clicked updater. So we call player, and then instead of doing it that, just set the There we go. Okay. My favorite weapon was not that is not cut is the plasma accelerator. Since I was struggling to think of the opposite of the laser I had. I forget. What is so plasma is the I think it's a superheating of a molecule until it loses its electrons, if I remember correctly. So it's basically like just super hot water in a way without the electrons. If I remember correctly. I have to look it up. Like, it's been so long since I've studied the base elements. In a very long time. It's always just been programming. Or rather, I should say game dev. way too much going on here. Where does the problem start? It starts here. So instead of doing this, let's just pass this. I don't know, actually, Plasma just looked like something different enough to be unique, because I was going for uniqueness with the weapon. I mean, what is it going to do, right? Even if they're unique, what is it going to do? So, Plasma could be doing one thing, but then, for example, Lightning can do something else. And by do, what I mean is, if you hit something with Plasma, it could just be, like, bypassing certain resistance, like it should just erode armor or whatever, right? Meanwhile, if you hit something with Lightning, it could stun the target or chain lightning onto something else, or like let's say it marks that target with lightning, and so if they're, or it marks that target with grounded, I would think, right? And if that target is grounded, then there's like 50% chance that the lightning will chain, but it'll do like 50% more damage to that target. Right? But if they're not, then it will... That's actually... In the RPG, I could freaking do that. Like, I already have an effect system for that. That would be awesome. And then we just do Chain Lightning. That's cool. I should do that. But still, you know, that's what I mean by, like, do. Like, besides just the visual stuff, you could also have, like, hey, there's functional differences between them. Besides just, like, the mechanics of how many bullets does the weapon fire, or how quickly you can do that, or stuff like that. I mean, you already hit most of that with just like, you know, like the visual aspect. Clearly, you need that, but there's other things involved there to give a different feel to the way it plays out, the way it feels when it plays out. Rename Outvar material. Earn material if it has one. Otherwise, return. Oh, get valid color. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, we're dumb sometimes, brother. I swear we're dumb sometimes. Oh, that's why, because we just changed this to that. That's okay. We don't need this. Let's mark it off for now, but we don't need this. We're gonna do this. Oh, wait. Just the vehicle info. We need the... So, let's not be specific. Color info. So these are unlockables. No, we can't do that. Probably do this. Unlockable info. There we go.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
Okay, so now that we have access to that, we can just get a list of all of the colors. And so now we can say 4. And we can say
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
1 sec. Yes, it came together. Woo! Oh man. Hey, Roman. I saw your progress, man. Great job. I saw the way that it was handling the arrow. It was a little bit hard for me in my eyes to pick up on what was happening exactly, but it looked like it was a green cube that was being moved along. Is that what was happening, or was it lighting up the arrows? Like, was it a green dot on the arrow, or was it a green cube that was moving along? I think it was a cube, but it looked really cool though. Like, I'm happy that you got it through, man. You did it quick. You got your grid working and everything. Awesome. Are you getting more energy? Are you feeling better now? Great stuff, man. Great stuff. So what's going on with GTA 17, bro? Like, how long are you gonna keep it on delay? You like keep doing all of these side projects and whatnot. Like, it's crazy. I'm just doing some UI work right now. I'm hooking in the data for this. I'm hooking in the data for this side, and it's about to go through. Where is it? So set data. So this is my pooler system, and I was just flexing it because it's like pretty good. Yeah, man. I was waiting for it. That's the you promised it was going to be a space shooter into like the 17th dimension or something like that. I wanted to see what that looked like cuz I can't imagine how you envisioned it, you know? Worst case scenario, it could be a Saints Row 7 ripoff. I think that's what happened when they made Saints Row. I think the third one, they basically just said, let's make GTA, but it's in space with aliens and multi-dimensional shenanigans. And it's like, but wait a second, these guys are just like gangsters. It's like the fact now it's confirmed, right? Like if you make a any kind of work of fiction that involves like gangsters and whatnot, it's gonna turn into like a complete smorgasbord of just random genres and different elements, like Fast and the Furious did. Like Fast and the Furious, now they're in Ludacris is like driving through space and whatnot. Yeah, no, the third one I enjoyed it though. I never played the fourth one though. The third one was really good. Like the character creator in the third one was fantastic. I think if I have to go back and look at and see how well it aged, but I think the character creator from the third Saints Row is better than GTA 5's character creator. That's you know if you took it back to when the game launched and I was playing it, I'd fight you on it. But it's like so foggy in the memory right now. Okay, so when we spawn this, we're spawning the vehicle, so we need to get the... You even need this? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we need this. There we go. Do we even need this anymore? Nope, we don't. And so we don't need this anymore either. Okay. The one I haven't seen Among Us trailer. We'll check it out today. The third one still holds up. Pretty good game. The fourth was way too unrealistic for me. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna agree with you 100%. It's been released an hour ago. About FR, it took them what, a full year to port a VR game to PC. It's hard to port stuff. Really annoying process. Usually it's the other way around, and the games look identical though, and supposedly it's a new thing. Yeah. There's a lot of folks out there who push engines that handle that kind of stuff. And so it's like, I know a person who made a, let's call it a library. I don't know. They described it. It was a. I learned of it through another person, but effectively, from what they described, I'm going to say it's a library, but they're telling me it's an engine. And what it does is that it allows for development for a Unity project to also work in a Godot project. Because obviously Godot uses C# also, but the library converts Unity specific functions to their Godot equivalent. Is what I was left to understand. And that's impressive. And there's folks that do that, and you know, power to them. That takes a very deep understanding of how things are working in the engine, bro. It's, so for porting, there's tons of folks who do that type of stuff for like specific, like if you do if you do stuff that's like specific to work on like C++ for, I don't know, somebody else's engine, like an in-house engine, and then they'll have like a converter for that coming out. So there's some of those that go around, and there's even there's a person, I think his name was Aaron. He popped by the stream earlier on, and he showed me some stuff that he was doing with an AI related, or an AI powered version of that kind of engine setup. So I mean, it's out there, but to do it by hand is definitely porting things over is a very tedious process. So we get the valid. I think it was called. I want to say it's called Peach Engine, but it's not. It's like some type of fruit engine, if I remember correctly, or Vanilla Engine, or something. The AI powered one I'm talking about. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we're now going to. I feel like we're missing something though. You know, a lot of it comes down to when you already have a small team and it's just hard to trust, because it's very sensitive work when you're at that level of success. Like everything now gets cranked up to 11 because it's crazy. It's crazy. People change very quickly when context changes around them, without even realizing it. And then once they realize it, like you can see it happen in real time a lot. Like they don't intend to do something like, you know, shady or shifty, but then once they catch themselves in it, they come to that realization, and they, at that point, either they apologize, which damage is done, or they double down. And a lot of times people just double down. That's where it now comes down to, we have it in house, let's keep it in house. And that kind of mentality is basically unavoidable. Right, like even here, I share everything that I'm doing on stream. This part of the code is probably not useful to anyone because it's, I mean, maybe the principle behind it as it's developing becomes more obvious, but for the most part, this is supposed to be educational. Oh, there we go. As well as force me to take this all the way to publishing, rather than just letting this sit in the side somewhere in my folders. Info, get color, new name, material. So this one we will return the material. So basically what this is doing is it's a, you can call it a kind of double pass by, but it's not actually a pass by. It's going to return either null or a material. First we check to see if we have a material stored. If not, then we will return the material that we find. We should also do this. There we go. And so we track the last picked material each time that we change it. So now if we go back and pick this vehicle again, we'll just get the material that was the last valid material that was equipped on this vehicle. All right, and technically we're not supposed to be able to even select vehicles that are not unlocked, but once they're unlocked, they should come with a material that is by default has no requirements on it, and that's going to be the default material, which this will handle on its own. Right? So how do we do that? Well, when we get here, we do get color and state. This is going to return an array of strings, which are basically the keys that have been okayed as valid or as completed. So we iterate through that, and then we just pass through to get the color of the first key. And then once we get that first key, we just return that material. And so that will just get a valid color, basically. We should probably change this to get first. There we go. Okay. So now, basically, this is called on an event. Let's handle the next one, which is the vehicle color picker. Here, I don't think we're going to need this, so we're just going to go color info. Okay. So what we want to do here is we should only ever get here. So we shouldn't have to check again if the color that we're picking is unlocked. Okay, we have to do that here, but we don't have to do that here because on the UI, only the colors that are valid can be unlocked. So it'll be unlocked on the UI. You can click and it'll pass through to here. So all we have to do here is just do player set vehicle color info dot material. There we go. And that should be it. That should be the end of that. But we also need to tell the last picked material and we need to pass it the selected vehicle is going to be equal to the info.material. There we go. We want to do this also now. Public void set selected vehicle. There, done. Okay. That should do the trick, hopefully. That's all really cool. Among Us VR, their team. Yeah, I just heard that The most random sound I ever heard. That sounded like a notification, but I have no idea where it came from. Wasn't for me. I heard no notifications. That it threw me off yesterday on a Nepal stream. Is I was just kept hearing notifications. That's the thing. When Nepal starts streaming, I get like a bajillion notifications. So when I'm with him on his stream and we're just like, you know, we're just shooting the shoot, and he he's having like notifications go off, and I'm like hearing notifications, so I have to like check my thing to see if it's me. But I'm really bad about my Discord, so I have like channels with like a bajillion notifications all over the place. So it's like super hard to tell now where the notification came from without that little pop up on the right. Like there's so many problems. I guess. Uh, let's see. I did clean it up once, and then I came back maybe like a month later and saw like several channels had like 600 notifications and just gave up. So, like I saw once I see like a ridiculous number of notifications, it's like I try to mute the channel. I tried doing all kinds of stuff, and I just gave up on it. Because some stuff I still want to hear about, then like 90% of the stuff I don't. So it's like it's rough. I think we're good. Are we ready to try this on the UI is the question. Let's hook in the color changing. Unselected color click. Layer, color info. Well, let's make sure we populate before we give access to this class for selecting stuff. Okay. I think we just need to fix the color, because we were basically working on the vehicle one. Set data for the vehicle. So we don't need this anymore. Do we? Oh, Shiza. That's the reason why I had to put the target, because of the color. Hmm. How are we getting the material? update block. What is this? Where are we? Collected. Okay. Okay, gotcha. I didn't want to do it this way, but we're going to have to do it this way. And of course, autocomplete. Make sure not to help. There we go. Okay, there we go. So we don't need this anymore. We can get rid of that. And we can get rid of this. We've simplified this a lot. Okay, I think we're good. Set data, unlockable info, update data. If the color doesn't equal null, at the front and back. Awesome. Awesome. This looks good. And we just have to make sure. So let's go back to this. Unpopulate. Okay, so it's going to spawn info slots. And so now inside of here, we're going to go var colors is equal to info.get info.get color and state out var colors for go. If the color doesn't equal null, then we will do slot is going to be equal to prefab. There we go. We can't do that. There we go. I think that's it. Right? And so we set this, and now this should just trigger the rest of the information to be displayed properly. All right. I think we can test this thing out now. Holy cow, that was a lot. There are going to be things that need to be done game dev wise, so let's do those things before we can actually run this. Let's just track this to see how this is handling. Most of this stuff should happen on populate. We can't actually navigate. We haven't designed the navigator for this yet, but this will at least get the information that we worked on as scriptable objects to display. There should only be one because we're only going to make one right now, but it's going to have a whole suite of different colors. So let's do that. Whoa, holy cow. Expecting it. Yep, there is one. Okay, so this... Okay, we don't need this. Okay, so we need to make this also for the colors. There we go. And with that said, we need to add this in too. When we click the vehicle, there we go. So this will allow us to select the vehicle first before we do set vehicle. Right? So basically double click. I think that's it. We kind of want to do the same for this, though. No, I think I'm going to keep this the way that it is. And I don't think we need this. Right, because we have the last pick material handling that for us. Okay. Come on, buddy, where are you? There. Alright, so we're going to go to the scriptable object, and where is it? There it is. And we're going to call this one, I guess, the base car unlock. Alright, let's go to the scene real quick. And we're gonna make this one the base car. What is this? Base car unlock? And we want to implement or we want to attach the vehicle visual script, and we're going to pass the renderer over here. No, that should be fine. Next, we want to make sure we add in the controller. We need to add in two things. We have the session manager already there. We need to add in the, I think it's a collection manager. No, that's the controller. Unlockable manager. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And we only have one unlockable. That's this guy. So there we go. So now this should give us this. And in the UI, we just need to make sure that we have it's in the start scene UI. So let's disable this for now. Over here. Okay, here we go. So this one wants to know about the holders for the color and the holders for that. So colors panel, cars panel, and we are going to need to update this maybe. Do we? I think we're good here. Block. Oh, we have no blocked for this. Okay, let's delete this and delete this. So we need to give it a prefab of the vehicle slot. Okay. Prefabs. UI. There it is. So the vehicle slot and the color slot prefabs. All right. Let's save. And let's give it a shot. See what it looks like. Expecting problems. This was the most confusing for me to develop. Oh, whoops. Forgot to do this. Game manager, where are you? This is the most confusing for me to develop because I'm just not feeling it today. We're in editor. Handle update. Well, at least we know this is working. And it gets here. What are we crying about here now? Null reference exception, object reference not set to an instance of object. Ah, okay. I guess we have to do this. Ah, guess we can't. All right, what next? Unlockable manager. No reference exception. What are you crying about? Are you saying color is null? But how? Like how? Null reference, object reference not set to an instance of the object. 518 doesn't make sense. 158. We literally check for color being null. If the color is not null, we would have gotten null, null, null here, so it has to be this. Oh, okay, I got you. Where is this? Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. Like, I'm having severe brain fog right now. Crazy. Alright, so we have no errors inside of the data side of the system right now, so let's turn on the UI side and see what happens. Okay. It did spawn something. It worked? Alright, let's test out the... So the reason why it didn't show anything is because we didn't put in a name, so we have to do that. Give me 1 second. What? No, you did not lose. No way. Ugh. Okay. Is there a way to undo this? Because I don't mind everything else, but that's crazy. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. Now. Awesome. Okay. That was crazy. That had me nervous. Okay, so when we start, all of these colors should now be available. And we need to assign a visual here. A little annoying, but whatever. Back to the prefabs. There we go. Oh, God. Unity, 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 unity. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Almost there. Vehicle. Visual. Pass in the renderer again. Let's just check if everything else is working. Or has been set up, or if it needs to be set up again. So let's go to UI. Locked image. That has everything. Good. Next. The... Okay, good. Let's turn all of these on. Okay. Okay, let's check it now. It should show up saying base car over here. Or not. I mean, that's a thing also. Clear this real quick, and we have to do this. I'm going to implement a data manager here. Register all addressables. Fail to find. Yeah, we're going to call it after this. Like, all I need to do is just see the stuff pop up here, and we're calling it a day with this. Because I think I need a break. Let's just copy this path. See what you said. ADHD, so why is Google pushing Gemini so hard, yet it can't even talk with you for more than 5 minutes? Gemini's, of all of the ones that I've messed with, Gemini is probably, I mean, it's up there with Copilot and Gemini. And alright, Roman, take care, have a great one. My Unity looks like it has completely died. it's, what is it? It is registering all addressables, waiting for the user code, DLL for the last minute. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I think I'm going to call it here. My Unity has decided that today's just not the day. And I agree. Yeah, it's, oh no. Oh, it did it. I was just about to close it. I was literally just about to close it. Like, I was about to just straight up all control delete. Okay. That's cool. Let's test that to see if my addressable system worked. Data manager. Yep, there we go. My addressable items are there. So let's start. It looks really nice though. The UI part of it, the way it's set up, is pretty cool. Right. Okay, so we just need to get this to show. So we need to do some granular work here and find out where it's so hold on, let's do it. Let's be good game devs and take a look at the let's be good game devs and take a look at game devs and look at searchable object, base car. Okay, so it did acquire a number. We didn't give it a name, so let's give it a name. Okay. All right, let's try that again. And while it's doing that, we'll go into C# and get set on this stuff. Sorry. So we want to know what's happening with the display. So let's go over to here, and we just need go through populate. What's populate doing? We do spawn. Oh, that's what it is there, I think. Well, I don't know. Hold on. There we go. We probably want to do the same thing here. Yeah, my achievements on ROR won't convert to Steam Archive. I guess there's what do they say? Consequences attached to a life of piracy. Normally it's the gallows. In this case, you don't get your achievements. Okay, so we need to find out what's happening here. So let's do, when we start, wait, this is supposed to go up, so let's do print. And then print. And this is called where. Populate is called on enable. But it might be that this is just not being enabled. I mean, that's a thing also. Right? And it's happened in the past where this is just not getting called despite doing all of this. So that's a thing. All right. Let's test it out. See if we're getting to here. If we're getting to here, that would be nice. I don't think we have any more conditions between there and displaying it. Yep, we're not getting it called. So let's force the call then, I guess. Yep, there we go. So now it shows. Pretty cool. It works. We just have to make sure that this is disabled. So let's turn it on and see what happens. So weird. So awake doesn't work. So we have to do... Oh, so annoying. So awake doesn't get called if the game object is already in the scene. We have to instance the object and then awake gets called when it comes into the scene. I thought it would happen, but Unity is not doing what I thought it was doing. In Unity, in Godot, the equivalent to this is enter tree, which happens all the time. So even if the object is already in the scene, we get enter tree to at least go off once. Right? In Unity, apparently, if the object is already in the scene, it won't call awake. That's got me sick right now. It should still fire off start no matter what. Like, start always goes off, I'm pretty sure. So we're going to do this. Okay, so we need to tell it to populate the. So we need to tell it basically to give. To give a car. So this is going to come back later on because when we go between sessions, the player should come back and it should be locked to the car that they picked last time that they played. So this is going to come back. So we need to be careful about or apply care to how we set this up. So it is. But unfortunately, my brain is foggy, so I can't apply care right now. So we're just going to do it. I just tried and I'm getting a fog.
Getting stronger every day. To the bullets and the flames. But the fire's in your eyes, and there's no place left to hide. You got nowhere to run away. No, you got nowhere to run away, 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 run
Yeah, we're taking a break here. Well, not taking a break. I'm calling it here. Tomorrow, I'm going to come back to this. I need to make a comment though. It's just like it's just bad. That's go over here. You're gonna have to just delete this. Well, let's. We don't need this here, and we don't need this here. This doesn't need to know anything about this. Let's bring this back one sec. Go here. Yeah, this is just bad. I had too many thoughts in my head, I think, when I did this one. But this is bad right here. We don't need to pull this because there's only ever going to be one, and we're just going to keep taking that one and applying it to different things. So, like I don't even know what transform we're setting it to because the player doesn't exist. So we're going to comment this out for right now, but it's just a reminder of what I need to do tomorrow. And over here, we're going to... this is fine. Class is fine. This is problematic, so we're going to just get rid of this. We've made this a little bit too complex for us. Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a stop. All right, we're gonna call it there. Let's erase that. There we go. We don't need to know anything about the player here. Right? And there we go. This is where the work should have happened. We didn't do it here. We did it elsewhere. That's not a good thing. Let's move this down here because we are never 100% sure that Awake is going to go off. And we're going to do we're going to do Game Manager. Public static int. Okay. Why does Steam? What? Wait, what? Well, my hours will still be inaccessible, so true. I will need SAM. Well, my hours, true. Why does Steam only tell me that the game weighs 9.9 gigs after I download it? It told me it was 2 gigs. Yeah, it's like 2 gigs when you install and then like 9 gigs after it updates. That's like common. That's par for the course when it comes to Steam. Okie dokie. Have a wonderful day, guys. Of course, may the blunt be with you. Stoner, thanks for joining. It was great having you with me, man. I'm sorry that you were here for the frustration that I was going through, but I'm just like out of it. It's like, you know, you got a mental fog, so I messed up. Nick, the day we can connect to more than one Wi-Fi on our phone is the same time future starts. Take care, Stoner. All right, Nick. I'm gonna call it here. Hey, listen. Probably not. Maybe what you can do is you might be able to. So what might actually be happening is your games. If you try to check where you saved the game originally, with the pirated copy, then go to your like preferences or your saves or wherever it's storing your saves. It's probably actually in your Windows. So you probably want to do like a Google search to find out where the pirated copy was saving all of your information, and then just drag and drop it to where Steam is expecting that information to be saved. That's probably what happened. And then after that, just run the game once and probably everything will be set up on Steam for you. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna call it there. I want to keep going, but I know that my brain isn't here, man. Like, I know it. Um, God, I made this. Yeah, I know where it saves. I don't know where it is in Risk of Rain though. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know. Okay, set vehicle color is gone. That takes care of that. We were gonna get rid of this. Like, I'm trying my best with this freaking mental fog, but I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to just go take a walk or something. But or I probably just didn't sleep. I don't know. But I am beat up big time. I feel like I got nothing done. But we know it works. We know the system works. I'm just trying to now do other things, right? Like, I want to be able to select the car using code. That's basically what it is. Right now, what it will do is it'll allow the player to select the car if I click it. But I want to do it ahead of time through code. But to do that, we need to take care of other things. Okay, so now we don't need to worry about this. That's what we're missing. This is it. That mesh. So we have to actually look at this real quick. Uh, oh, we have it here twice. There we go. Yeah, okay. Okay. So now we have access to the visual. We can now do this. Get last of set last. So when we do set last or visual, we want to get the visual is going to be yeah. That's usually where it would store your stuff, local low. But I mean, if you think about it, these are all of the lashings that you're supposed to take for all of the months and maybe years that you've gone playing that and enjoying it without paying for it. So, consequences. No, you pirate games? Consequences. On the plus side, though, the thing that I gotta give to pirating and all of that stuff is that it makes you very, it forces you. You have to be very savvy with just technology, how your computer works, how the internet works. It's you. Yeah, pretty much get consequenced. See. See. I think what we're going to do here is we get the visual. We need to find the last vehicle. So let's make a dictionary. Or we don't need to make a dictionary. I think we already do that over here, right? Selected vehicle, yeah. So what we're gonna do is actually Alright, we're gonna just make this a serialized field. We're just getting super caveman right now. Actually, we don't need to do this. Oh, man. This is one of those moments where if Past Me did something so freaking great.
Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Oh, whoops, wrong class. There we go.
Here we go.
There we go. And that'll give us our default car at all times. Okay, now we just need to get the info. And this is where I stop caring and just start using Link because it's just faster. Faster isn't just faster to get it done.
Invincible.
Pretty sure I store. Oh no, we don't. Did we do that? Yeah, let's do it. There we go. It was not local low, and my fake app ID says the ID should be 80, but no, 80 my Steam user data. I'm not getting progress. Found the screenshot folder of my lethal company. Never mind, that's just the Steam ID inside the Steam. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Steam ID, I think the Steam ID is usually a longer number. I think it's usually like 8 digits, if I remember correctly. But it's 8 to 12. It's a large amount of just random numbers. You can find it if you go to the I think the store page of the game that you're looking for. I think the ID is like the final number inside the URL. Okay. I'm actually feeling much better now. I mean, I still want to stop at some point, but I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like we're getting around stuff. Like I'm not tied up into this right now. Okay. Yeah, consequences, bro. Vehicle used. So we always get a vehicle. So now we can go var lot is going to
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'll go get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning, there ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, big, big pride, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it.
Oh, thank you. Hey, come on. We want to set the mesh to the slot, and we want to get the slot dot mesh info. No, this is the wrong thing. What is vslot? Oh, okay.
I swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused.
I see. Unlockable info.
They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes
Oh, this is annoying.
to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you
Okay. Okay, try it again. Set the mesh to .info That's what we want.
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside.
There we go. My brain just wouldn't let me get there. Holy cow. That's crazy.
Feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold.
So we have a call over here. I think it's like the valid color or something like that. Get first valid color. Yeah, it's not going to work the same.
Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors whispers all around say her body is fantastic, all natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated, but that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated, but she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. Like to get away, I heard you like to stay out late, I heard you had a couple boyfriends, I heard they didn't treat you right, I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold, where she came from nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control, and all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon.
What the heck there?
My mind like a bad obsession, got bad intentions. She got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body.
There we go. What was that now? Why does Steam store its Ubuntu version on my PC? What is this? Yeah, Steam is bloated as heck, bro. Like, I think Steam by itself is several gigs, if I remember correctly, and it chews up RAM whenever it really wants to. Like, not even updating or anything, it will just randomly start chewing up a ton of RAM. It's a very bloated piece of software. I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me, you gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go, this is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know, call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough, try to get by, life's rough, try to do it right, it's not enough, even though you try, you still mess up, but I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. There we go. Ooh, that was a dense piece of freaking code, bro, but it's done.
Been through some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory. Bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. And this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so these are both string. Means that here
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up my max, get me faded till I'm gone, dude. I do what I want, couldn't stop me if you wanted to. I just work hard, yeah, harder than the rest. Some people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I don't, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over. Cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up. I'm impatient, I don't ever slow up. I stay young, no, I never grow up. I keep working to the point I throw up. And if you cross me, it was good to know ya. I'm impatient, I don't ever slow up. I stay young, no, I never grow up. I keep working to the point I throw up. And if you cross me, it was good to know ya. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm not the type to take no for an answer. I don't deal with people that are like a cancer. No, instead I hang with the people that enhance ya. And I'm not the type to give out second chances. I just wanna work on my own for myself. I don't need no help, not anybody else. Nah, man, I got it dealt. I'm working on my wealth and I'm working on my health. Keep on working to excel, cause I'm working on myself. Yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I don't, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over.
I mean, I don't think we need this. We don't need this here. Because this is already from that. Okay, we're good. So now over here we just call set last or validate vehicle. Or valid vehicle. So this should happen only once. Whenever we do populate. Yeah. What are you complaining about? Oh, that's right. We got rid of it. I mean, we're slowly simplifying the code. So that's nice. Okay. There we go. And we can click them. It'll give me an error when I click them. Fix it up. Not sure why it's doing that. What is it trying to pull in? Sure, but what is it trying to pull? This isn't instancing anything, so it has to be, if it's instancing, it has to be from over here. So let's just do a print on this. Should only spawn one vehicle. And we're going to check in a second now to see if the colors are spawning. Which they should be, I think. Interesting. It gets called from two different places. 38, 31. So this one happens, okay, when we call that. And then this one gets called from on enable. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's exactly what I said would happen. So I don't like doing it that way. But I put this here. Okay. So that should fix it. So now only, what the heck? How are you spawning it twice? You get from 31 here, 39 here. If the selected vehicle is... See, forgot. I like startup. What? Okay, I'm looking at the wrong place altogether. It's 480 Windows. Can't you just do like a search and put in risk of rain or something like that, or rain or whatever, and it should pop it up on the folders inside of whatever folder inside of your roaming or local law.
About the pain no more. Everybody's not the same. We all open different doors. Yeah, we've all got different brains. That's what keeps starting these wars. I just stay within my lane. Hope my words even score. I just try to keep it real. Find a way to buy a meal. Find a way to make a deal. Find a way to help us heal. I don't wanna have regret. That's what pushes me to get everything I wanna get. Work with every single breath. Yeah, I know that we all have
Oh man, you are hilarious, bro. Okay, that's not a good solution. Looks like we have to do the thing I didn't want to do, so let's do it. We're going all around it. Initialize.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section.
Okay, let's see.
You think I'd learn
Who
my
hurt Risky Rain? I'm
lesson?
incentivized to rank. Am I, or is it just circumstance?
These girls don't even
Listen, maybe the question is, why did you default to underhanded tactics? Think about that one. There we go. Okay. Awesome.
She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next. Learned it from the best, man, she loving every lesson. With hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get it in. Said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man, you know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man, rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute,
Okay.
she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't
All right, so now let's test to see if the colors are setting.
like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even
So we can
like
do
Drake, I'm
this.
getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. 'Cause we ain't
I don't think
getting
colors
no
are setting.
sleep. Yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah.
Where are the colors?
Yeah, my hands steady, I feel ready, but my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning.
Yeah, colors are not being spawned. So let's find out what's going on with colors.
I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
We're not getting there. Interesting. It's interesting. So data exists. What? Oh, I see. Okay.
But I'm waiting till I'm chose. Run, well, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated.
Okay. So it called A 20 times. Oh, wait. It called it 20 times. Where the heck is it putting it? It's spawning them. I don't know where, though. I just don't know where it's putting them. What the heck is going on? Oh, we're not making it to be. Interesting. Interesting. So it's saying that it got 20, right? That makes, but that it's empty. But data colors I'm so confused. We set this from the inspector. Okay. Yep, color is coming back now. From that point. That makes 0 sense. Let me take a look at this thing. I swear, if it deleted my stuff again, I'm gonna just crash out. I'm done. You better not have done what I think you did. Yes, it did. Oh my gosh. I give Unity. You got it, bro. Like. I'm Unity. Unity is a special animal. It is a special animal. At least it didn't delete this stuff, right? I should be thankful that it didn't delete my stuff. Oh my goodness. She lets me have it. Oh, we getting at it. Want a couple glasses. You could be my captain. Baby, be proactive. She looking so attractive. Dressed with the backlist. We can make it happen. You could be the captain. I'll take you to the cabin. Penthouse mansion. And she used to acting, but I ain't casting. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Unity. Unity. Alright, yeah, we're done. I'm gonna call it a day there, man. I'm done. Holy shit. It just deleted my work on this part. That's crazy. Because guess what? That's how this part works. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. I'm done. I'm gonna come back to this tomorrow. Like, I'm already on thin ice mentally, so I'm done, bro. Nick, thank you very much for joining, brother. I don't know, if you can't get your Risk of Rain thing going. That's the thing, though. You might be like too good, and I don't want to get carried when I play. So I'm not sure if we should, like. I want to get better at the game first. You know what I mean? So next time I will try to get better at that game, and then we'll see if I can. If you do need to like regain your stuff, we can join that together or something. Talk to you later, brother.
Anybody else who tests me, I'm ready. Looking at my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now. Yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running up and coming. Ain't nothing, yeah. Rookie of the year, I'ma keep it 100. Cold-blooded, no budget. From nothing to something, I ain't bluffing. I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I be something. All you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah. When you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Let's wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away. Yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. All you really need is hope. I just want you to